Well, hello, hello. Welcome back to a new stream. It's a little bit different today. It's my first stream as an affiliate, and while today isn't a particularly special stream, I'm planning that for later. I got some new emotes loaded in. I got some chat redeem stuff now. The channel points are called Stitches, which I think it's funny. So I hope hope any of y'all listening like them too. We're back a little bit more Citizen Sleeper tonight. We jeez, what was even her name? I'm trying to remember it now. We've kind of been following the Greenway route. We've been chatting with Emphis, learning about his dreams of making new dishes with some fine mushrooms. We've been helping Enkita with getting her ship fixed and finding the person who stole her ship mind before we met her. And we've been helping the owner of the Outlook Bar set up her own dream of building a brewery of her own. All paths lead to the Greenway on this run. I think we're going to be right at home amongst over there. I haven't explored that path yet, so let's get things started now. Okay, there it is. Let's say my little PNG tuber wasn't loaded there for some reason, and I was sure that I'd gotten into Discord properly this time. Right. Forgot about this. I have to like manually set my game capture because auto just doesn't work for some reason lately. There it is. No, auto worked this time. I had to set it back to auto though. It's mostly when I go and switch over to Hades. I think it's where Hades is in. Epic Games, OBS doesn't like it as much. Right. We also had the Flex episode, which that's also starts when you go to the Greenway, so we might do that this run. Our last run was a machinist, and we are currently playing an operator. Here we are, back into it. I have upgrades available? What upgrades do I have? Predictive reasoning. I think I was saving for Obsessive Haggler. That's what I was trying to do, I think. Thing chase leads, hack hardens network. Move the overlook. Right, we have the compressor stuff to deal with. Don't really want to spend my cryo to go to the Greenway until we have that sorted, unfortunately. So disable your tracker. Help Fang chase his leads. We have to go to Minji for that. Express delivery. Fang's targets. Well, we'll start it off strong. With a guaranteed positive reaction. Pretty good. Go with this one next. Pretty good. I even got some energy back. And we'll do one more. There it is. Sweet. Sleeper! You see Fang coming up the corridor as you step out of Mindy's. The kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Fang palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives. Ripper worms. My slate's been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. He squeezed your shoulder. I knew he could do it. Now he nailed those snakes. I'm ready, Fang. Good to hear it, he smiles. Hardin's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Stop the Ripper Worms in those ports, one each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored on Hardin's Shadow Network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as the group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Ning Yi. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell, and is gone. You run your finger over the tiny Ripper Worm drives in your pocket, and smile to yourself so you wonder how mad Jin would be at Feng for this little excursion. The answer is very, of course. Time to swap some worms. I have to find Hardin's agents. I have 3. Not gonna work there. There should be a second agent. A 3 will work on. No, it's a Yatagan agent. Where's Hardin's other agent? Will a 3 work? A 3 will work indeed. Let's bypass that. Slot a Ripper Worm. This will provide Feng with the ability to rip any data he likes from Hardin's network. Go ahead, little worm friend. Do your thing. Hunter's coming for me, though. But that's all we can do. Prepared unit. We're gonna end the cycle here. Some good dice. Actually, I'm gonna feed the stray again. See if anything comes of that. The stray crunch up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they'll let you stroke them, sometimes not. You can get a little cat friend. Brought by, don't need that one. I do need Hardin's agent. This 4 will get the job done. Bypass that. Your data Hardin. Hello, Hunter. Those familiar threads wrap around you, bind you, test you. Entity, submit. Hunter's strange head bobs in your vision. Your ally in the sealed dock cannot save you. In that globed head, you see whirling strings of data, so many spinning there that they threaten to tear through the thin skin and whip out into the void around. What happened to this creature? The threads squeeze and you lose any sympathy you might have had. You must escape. Strike. You lash out once more, pushing Hunter back, severing threads that regrow as fast as they are broken. You slip away and realize you have to find a way to deal with Hunter once and for all. This is getting too dangerous. Oh, well, you just knocked off 4 of my stuff. I need to take my stabilizer tonight. Shit. Ripper Worm number 2. You're on the job, boy. Rabia, Feng, Ethan. We have a lot of things on the go right now. Oh boy. Let's see, which one first? Let's go deal with Ethan first. The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan is on the same stool, in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. Approach. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns. Sleeper. He turns to look at you. Time to pay up again, is it? He gestures to the bartender. Come here and take their chits. Stay silent for now. The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems they've cut him off. Hey! He slams a hand on the bar. Come take the chits! The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palms. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun and stare at it. Ah, Butterfingers, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give them the gun back. If you would. The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. They give it back to him. You slap the handle of the gun back in Ethan's hand. Thank you, he hisses. Now, where was I? He lazily swings the gun past you and the bartender. Yes, leaving. He stands. Sleeper, while this has been fun, I think I've wrung every last drop out of this place. Time to go home. He waggles the gun towards the door. Let's go see Essen Arp. Now, Ethan brings his gun hand to his face and rubs his eye. Well, he says, the bounty pays half, but he levels the gun. Up to you, and he pulls the trigger. The gun clicks. Oh. Oh, yeah, fire. Thank you for the sub. You didn't need to do that. That makes you my first sub, I guess. Thank you very much, Fire. It's free money, man. Yeah, fair enough. Like, you already mod for me, man. The gun clicks. By now, the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan, who looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Ethan smiles at him. Oh well, he says, and hits you in the head with the butt of the gun. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface. The hit's a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in. Ethan taps the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink. Essen Arp just screwed me, he grins maniacally. They cancelled the contract. He stands up. They cancelled the contract, he shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. It's freaking me, man. You just want to use the emotes. They are very nice emotes. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you, he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that, he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. Hey! Hey, Mindless, thank you for the raid. Hey, Angel. And to answer your question, Fires, where's Keeper of the Elves? Keeper of the Elves is pending approval. That's one of the emotes that Twitch decided, yeah, we're not gonna go to that one. Hey, Devil. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it. He begins to clean the bar. Hey, Mindless. Welcome, congrats on the first affiliate stream, bud. Yeah, happy to be. Happy. Hey, bits. I have to set up like... Oh yeah, that reminds me. We have to set up like proper alerts now, I guess. Jeez, need to get art for that too. I've been using this little bouncy dinosaur for so long. That's a lot of bits. That's... Is that also a bit? What is that symbol? That's different. What's a little confetti cannon? Oh, it's a little bit emote. Also bits. Thank you guys very much. I love the little bit emotes. They're so cute. Little party, a little shamrock, a little cheer. Oh man. Got the little dino boy just bouncing around. He's all excited. I would cheer with bits, but I don't got that right now. How do you get? Yeah, Fire did sub, so that's fine. What do you do to get bits? Do you just like buy them and put them on your Twitch account, or how does that work? Never really thought about it. It evens out. I did some survey last month and got 100 for free. Well, oh, you can do surveys to get bits. Thank you, Angel. I like the waving flag. You buy them. All right. I have to try and find some of those surveys then. I'd love to like get some bits of my own. My buddy Arsenal. I know him and his friends. What they do is they do what's it called? They like basically like throw pennies at each other when they're streaming. They just like take single bits and just like spam them at each other as like little like bit shower. Yeah. Fire. Those are the emotes that Fire made. They're very nice, but 2 of them are still pending approval. Big cheers. Thank you, Mindless. So here we are just playing Citizen Sleeper. Going through, I'm going along a new storyline this time. Well, my Keeper of the Elves. You'll get Keeper of the Elves when Twitch says I can use Keeper of the Elves. I haven't taken any L's yet. I've only been shot at so far this stream. That's not an L. I lived. As you walk to the tambour, you quickly spot Fang arguing with Jenna. Let's approach this. You come up behind Fang and he turns and notices you. Jenna stops mid-tirade. As you arrive, she turns to you. You again? You here to vouch for this layabout? I am. She laughs. Well, well, and what are you two up to? Fang winks at you and interjects. It's like I told you, Jenna. I'm helping them out, getting them settled, sorting their life out. They're a sleeper. You know what that means? Jenna softens. She looks a little embarrassed. Of course I know. She stops to think. An anonymous cheer. Oh, that's interesting. It's a little cute little ghost. Oh, I love that. What's that screaming face? Look, Fang, I get it. You're trying to help. But if you want to keep this job, you're going to need to be a bit more reliable. Fang nods solemnly. Won't happen again, Jenna. I promise. She looks suspiciously between the two of you. Okay then, she turns to you. And look, I didn't mean to. Just be cool, alright? She turns and walks back to the bar. Well, well. I didn't know you'd stand up for me, Sleeper. Fang claps you on the back. I appreciate the solidarity. He takes out his slate and pulls it with pale light. Now, let's take a look at what you're really here for. There you go, I'm Outlaw. It's all much appreciated, Mindless. We'll have to like find some of those bit surveys. So next time I see you streaming, I can throw some bits your way. But yes, it's much appreciated. Thank you very much. The Slate is a worrying mess of code streams coming direct from the Ripper worms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the Slate to pick up. Anything good, Fang? Fang scrolls the display with a finger. A lot of junk, a lot of dull as hell message threads, a lot of tedious data caches, but his eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out. Feng shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway, Feng says. He's working with Conway. Conway Extractions, right? Feng nods. He's been speaking with him, personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it, this is juicy. We can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait, what's this? Wasteland Reclamation Facility? Right here on the eye? He glances at you. What's the bet this place is tucked into the waste? Where are the wastes? It's a section of the eye Erlen couldn't reclaim. It was too damaged, too cut off. Back before the collapse, people would have got there by going down the connected spoke from the hub. But that spoke's broken now. So the only way is the long way, around the rim, past the greenway. He shows you on the slate. Fang looks away, thinking. Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. They took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago. Moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. So why work with Hardin? Access? Old connections? Not sure. Fang looks back at the screen. But if Hardin is involved in it, we need to check it out. Simple as that. So what's the next move, man? Fang stares out into the middle distance. We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Hardin has been prepping, been planning, has to be there. We're gonna catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and I'll see you on the greenway. I still remember there's some old service docks on the outer shell, up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Fang squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. I haven't forgotten about that tracker of yours either, and I'm gonna need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. Turns the slate around to face you, showing a massive scrolling code. I've been working on a fix in my brakes. He winks at you. He grins widely. Nah, I gotta go ask for some time off from Jenna. Wish me luck. He waves as he walks back to the bar where Jenna is standing, look of deep exhaustion in her eyes. Hey, you got an upgrade just in time, because I was gonna get Obsessive Haggler, because I'm gonna be spending a lot of money in a bit. But Mindless, I never asked you. How'd your stream go? I think I saw in your Discord, you were streaming Chat Hijack the Stream. I was finishing up work, so I didn't get a chance to drop in, but it seems you had an interesting time. Prepping for a final boss while Chat's heckling you. Okay, so this one I'm interested to see, because I've seen Feng's storyline, and I've seen Ethan's storyline. I have not seen Rabaya here, so... As you approach the address Rabaya gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength her implants give her. As you turn, you see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabaya and Toshiro, glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. What voice was I doing for Rabaya? Jaya, please. The sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rabaya's command, the hand immediately loosens. An apologetic look replaces the scowl on Jaya's face. Of course, Rabaya. I'm sorry. Rabaya waves her away. Don't you worry. I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the enforcer. How about you head to the temple? They have a delivery coming and they'll need some help with the lifting. Jaya nods and walks away. Stream was fun. Went to do Valheim and chat said I had to play Poppy's Playtime, I think it's called, and then chat then went and bought a DLC for 2. Heaps of fun. So that's how your stream got hijacked. I knew you were playing Valheim. I didn't see you switched over to Poppy's though. Was it a DLC for Poppy Playtime? I didn't think they had DLCs. So, Sleeper, you came. I'm glad. Didn't feel like an offer, you know? I'm sorry for that. She smiled a tight smile. You have to understand. Finding you there in Sabine's units, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on the station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm, Rabia. Oh, the second chapter costs £8. Okay. So that's how they are doing it, okay. I'm glad. Rabia begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways at the low end. What do you know about Yatagan? I know you run the low end. She laughs. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end, yes. We don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the law here? I didn't think anyone did. This is true. The eye is lawless. So, it is up to us all to make it work for us. But I don't imagine you think that is a good thing. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place. Our people. The low end was empty in Erland's time. They didn't need to house thousands. And keeping the yards and the rotundas safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. I'm off to bed, got a busy day tomorrow. Well, thanks for stopping by, Angel, and hope you have a good night. Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here, on this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned, the moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erland, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. But many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erland's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our own future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth I have worked to earn it. Rabia catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while among the stalls and textures of the low end. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. So where do I come into this? Rabia smiles to herself and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge, so I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied. That was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Sabine was trapped, desperate. Many on the IR, Sleeper. I am sorry, but we must ask that our debts are paid in full. Sabine found something. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their debts. They would have said anything. But where are they now to stand behind their claims? I'll find them. As will we. You realize that Rabbi has led you in a loop. Together you both come back up the staircase to the walkway where you met. You are free to go, Sleeper. I've said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you too wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see Yatagan, to see the low end with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabia leaves, slipping back into her office while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story, that make up the low end. You drive. Work for Rabia. Spend time as a Yatagan enforcer. Oh my god. We could be a... Okay. We could be a gang enforcer. I don't think that's gonna be this run. I already kind of have my eyes set on the Greenway and getting... I want to explore the Greenway this run and get involved with the Haifa Communion, I think they're called. That's kind of my goal for this one. But, inbook some cryo, pay for passage, and let's go. Wait, why? Oh, it's already minus 20% because of Anita? What's her name? Ankita, that's it. Ankita is this spacer pilot mercenary who we've been helping her restore her ship. It's from right here. Oh, that's not it. Huh. Well, there it is. That little one. Let's go to the Greenway, where we're gonna get the special cutscene when you cross the Greenway. That's what kind of added as free DLC. As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you tumbling down the corridor. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. Excuse me? She squints at you, shaking her head, before setting off down the corridor. This is Esh, a stubborn ex-XPR spacer. Oh, I'm sorry for her. The second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission. And when she's on a mission, they shrug. Not a problem. They smile. Oh, you're sweet. Pake. Esh stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she's rushing to. Eek raises their eyebrow at you. Esh, please. Do you want everyone in the station to hate us? Esh hardens. They want to hate us, they can hate us. She drops her head. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. The cordon? Peek gestures in your direction. See, they don't even know what you're talking about. The station isn't Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. Esh sighs. I ain't saying that part of the administration jerks her head in your direction, but I am saying we need to get those supplies to the bride before someone starts asking questions. Can I help you? Peek smiles slyly. See, Ash, help isn't that exactly what we need right now? Peek. Ash rolls her eyes. Peek ignores her. We're with the refugees, the ones Havenage have cordoned off from entering the station. Ash interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the eye to begin with? The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future? She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. Peek sighs. She's right. People are trapped out there, and they turn to Ash. We understand that there's a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Ash interrupting. But... Ash turns away, her burning anger a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. Peek finishes. That's terrible. Ash looks back at you, her fierceness fading. Peek, please. Ash gathers herself and the supplies. Ash, we need help. Just like the refugees needed us, we need others too. They smile at her. Peek turns to you. Come find us. The climbing briar is docked at the broken spoke past the greenway in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Ash turns to leave and Peek follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Ash shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies, or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner. Ash already picking up speed as Peek calls to her to slow down. I like these two. A refugee flotilla. Where are they coming from and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. Oh, that's just the Eye. The Eye ain't a constant. The Eye is flux and turmoil and chaos and change. And that's why it's fun. So we click this to go back, but here we are in the Greenway. We gotta explore this place a little bit. Walk the Greenway and see what we can find. Pretty good. Use a 1. Gotta try something. That did not work at all. You clear your slate over and over, unable to mark out even the basic layers of the Greenway. You decide you're too tired and give up. Let's try this again. There we go. We got 2. The mushroom groves. While the grove mushrooms are dangerously inconsistent, spores provide a chance to gather or study these species in untouched form. Farm stags. Let's barter for a bit of food while we're here. We're running pretty low on it. There we go. Some farms stacked from the old stations have survived, and the farmers that work them are always looking for new workers. They pay by the yield. Oh yeah, there's more stuff over here. This is the service dock. This is where Fang is going to join us. And this is the Haifa commune. Work the grow beds, work the canteen. Okay. The grow beds are at the heart of the commune, feeding the members and fueling their lab work. You're invited to assist in maintaining them. Or we can work the canteen. Newcomers to the commune can work within the canteen, preparing and serving food for those that make the compound their home. I mean, our first thing is tracking Ashton. For Conway, we need to wait for Feng to arrive. For improving the Overlook, we have to bring back spores. So that's going to be the thing we do tomorrow. Because I am out of dice for the day. Cross the rim. Oh, shit. Little home here in the low end. Let's feed the stray. I hope we'll be able to get a little pet out of this. The stray crunch up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes let you stroke them, sometimes not. Take our stabilizer to get full dice again. But try to avoid dropping down to 2 dice, because I can't do a whole lot with that. And let's end the cycle. You know, it's pretty good dice. Be the stray again. See if anything happens. The stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes let you stroke them, sometimes not. The Compressor Club. Ethan's Vendetta. Ethan may be disarmed, and you doubt you've seen the last of him. Across the greenway we go. We have spores to collect. You find clumps of spokes in a passage dripping with moisture. You gather them quickly, unable to identify their source. Get more. I think I need 3. Pretty sure I need 3. I just need 1 more spore, please. There we go. Sweet. Cross to the rim. Get these spores on the grow. Where are you to? There it is. Yep. Tala wants to set up a mushroom farm to feed the distillery. All she needs from you are some spores to start off. Let's get growing. Oh, they're so cute, says Tala, looking at the container of spores. Her excitement is infectious. Kind of like these mushrooms we're growing. Set of spores. How long is that? That clock is at 6. Okay. Let's do this. There we go. And we're gonna have a stop at Enfys to get a bowl of mushrooms. I'm in a mushroom mood. Yeah, I need 3 Gyro caps. And that's another day done. I already fed the cat once. I'll feed the cat tomorrow. Those are not good dice. Let's feed the cat. That's the same neutral outcome. Huh. Alright. Well, with that done, let's go back over this way. Cross to the greenway. Wild margins. Oh sweet, it's an interface action. Try this first. It's pretty good. 3. Imagine this here's actually, that's going pretty well. Let's do another 3. Rather than hiking around the wilderness, you can make use of your skills. Tap into the cloud and find Ashton by his signals. There we go. You notice a spike of activity, a vast transfer of information taking place. What is happening out there? Ankita. It was on the go. The trail ahead extends deep into an overgrown section of the Greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the Greenway becomes a shattered landscape of the wastes, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out of its broken tanks like a frozen, brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding, you're pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset Ankita gave you in your palm. Let's call up our girl. You slip the headset into your ear, and it fizzes with static. After a few moments, you hear Ankita. Sleepa, have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he is there? Yes. No. Hold. Confused silence on the other end. Maybe it's better that you confirm that Ashton is there before you call Ankita. Move the headset. You put the headset back in your pocket. Not yet. You need confirmation. You survey the route ahead. There's a direct route. A line of broken pillars that take you into the center of the structure. Or you can skirt around the pillars, keeping to the cover of the raised spine of the Greenway, and work your way around. It'll take longer, but it's better concealed. Let's skirt around. You decide on the long route, and head off towards the central spine. It's slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it's so concealed you can barely see the glass roof high above. You follow the wall, knowing it will lead you to the edge of the collapsed stack. For the final part of the journey, you have to work your way through dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It's exhausting, and you stop on a small rise to rest. It's been many hours since you began. You desperately hope Ashton hasn't moved on. Just ahead, a soft glow is coming from somewhere within the farm stack. A grow light. Still on after all these years, perhaps? Take a little longer to rest, then push on. You follow the faint glow of the stack. You find a broken tank, and step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up to the slanted tank, carefully, quietly. Somewhere water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. As you reach the edge of the tank, you hear something, an echoing hiss like a hydraulic piston. You quickly move up to where the tank opens into the central drum and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides and wet mossy islands at its base. It's beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light, descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They're surrounded by crates, and besides them on one of the mossy islands there's an object. A cylinder set on a tarp. It's connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They're twisted, broken open, wrong. You look away. Let's wait. You wait, unsure what to do. Your eyes fixed on the broken sleeper at the center of the drum, on the connection between them and the ship mine. You think of what might be passing through that connection. Thoughts, memories, or just data. You hear a sound, a quiet hiss, and soft footsteps. Below you, Ankita enters, her sidearm in hand. She must have followed the signal from the headset. Has she been spying on you? You watch her step onto one of the mossy islands, the water around rippling as she does. The gunshot breaks the silence, blanking out all noise. It hits Ankita's shoulder piece, ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crate beside the sleeper. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mine and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here, or I'll rip this right out of their head. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. Let's see what's happening here first. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out, "Oh, what voice do I do for you?" "I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid for God's sake." He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. "Drop the gun," Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. "What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko?" She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. "You ripped my ship mine for what? Some freakish experiment?" Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. "Steady, Ankita. It isn't like that. I needed the ship mine, you have to understand. They would have died without it." "What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mine and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now." She tightens her grip on the connection. "Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity." Ashton smiles shakily. "That's why I never asked for it. For your help. You only look after yourself." He nods at you. "That sleeper up there? They're just bait, right? To draw me out?" Ankita sucks a breath in. "Are you trying to give me more reason to shoot you?" "I love them, Ankita." Ashton looks at this crumpled sleeper. "I love them, and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that." He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. "Don't do that, Ashton," Ankita snarls. "Don't do that." "Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way." He inches closer. "Please." "I can't let you take it, Ashton." Ankita hardens her stare. "You stole it from me. You left me for dead." She shakes her head. "You think I'm going to trust you? After all that?" "I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive." Ashton has reached the sleeper now, of Ankita. "I'm going to take them now, Ankita." He raises a hand. "I'm going to take the ship mine and go." Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. "Stop, Ashton." She lowers the gun a little. "Stop." Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, a severed connection in her hand. The water drifts endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. They're just another broken object, among other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back up at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you're already gone. Let's try this. 50%. There it is. Exploring the Greenway is unlike any other place in the Eye. Its overgrown chambers defy mapping. You drive. Grow some mushrooms. Oh yeah, the aviary. I like this one. You can grow mushrooms there. Let's go here. Let's work the canteen. Our last dice here. Oh yeah, that's my energy I needed. You drive. Join the Haifa Commune. Volunteer at the commune. The Haifa Commune meets the needs of its members in exchange for work. Could you find a home here? Cross to the rim. Gita, I want a word with you. Where's Ankita? Maybe I could talk to her in the morning. Well, it's time to end another day. Hey, Stray. I could really use a friend right now. Land this cycle again. Pretty good dice. Hey, Stray. Can we talk? Let's talk to you, PD friend. Yeah. No, I'm gonna do a little bit over here. Let's do this. Let's give it a go. Now really need food. Raid hub. Export. Export Matsutake. Buy a ship mine. Sell ship mine. Raid hub. Steal some stuff. I don't really have the dice for that right now. Sender car. Hub access elevator. Right, yeah, this is how I get to the hub. Particularly care about the hub right now. Oh, I do care about. I care about Emphas. My boy. My mushroom slinging spicy boy. That's what we're here for. I want a Citizen Sleeper cookbook just so I can learn Emphas's recipes. Because the way it's described always sounds so good. I want to actually try it myself and see if it is as good as it sounds. There's the ambergris. Kita's away. Amber is docked here at a rickety old jetty, but she's sealed up. A note says, Sleeper, stay. I'll be ready soon. This is a safe action. Let's see what happens here. Plus 2 to the Haifa membership. Sweet. Cross to the rail. If I needed some more stabilizer, how much would it cost me? 64. I don't quite have enough at the moment, but maybe in time. I should stop feeding the Stray for a while just so I know that I'll have the money to take care care of myself. Those aren't the best dice, but let's see. Then my 2s here on the bar shift. Ooh, extra cryo in my pocket. Let's spend the other ones over at the Haifa commune. Full energy. It's a good day. And tomorrow we get some answers from Ankita as to what she did. You know what? Let's help the stray. We're in good right now. I will befriend this cat one day, I'm sure. You know what? I'll take those dice. Ankita, you got some explaining to do. Ankita. Stranded mercenary, stranded no more. You spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale. Her hair is tangled and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Ankita. You hold up a hand. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. Truly, I am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this when all you have shown me is kindness. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. It's okay, Ankita. She nods and looks up to the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Ankita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look. She sighs. Can you come with me? It's easier if... Lead on, Ankita. Ankita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There's a wind passing through the greenway. A quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. You try not to think of the last time you were here. You try not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper, sprawled, twisted open, connected to the ship mine, has been hard to forget. Realizing Ankita is leading you back there, back into the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little at the threshold. She turns. What are you doing? She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks, green and wet, some glowing with flickering grow lamps. You look down at Ankita, suddenly so small under this hulking ruin. The smallest she has ever looked. She places the box down. I've been with you this far, Ankita. You follow Ankita into the stack through a low tank, entering the drum at ground level. It is just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tanks for the glint of a weapon, or a shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now, the equipment cleared away. In its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together, Ankita says, without turning. You both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of a question you could ask, about Ashton, about the sleeper. How long did you know him, Ankita? He takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't. But then the words come gushing out. He signed on a while ago. He used to run recon for a corporate outfit, but he got sick of the pay. He joined the crew as a sniper, and his first few jobs were a breeze. He was so cold, disconnected. He always hit his marks. The last few jobs, though, he was different. I noticed that. We had a period of extended shore leave on the Eye, and when he came back, he was changed. I assume he just had too much time off. He was right. I never would have given him the ship mine. I wouldn't have believed him. I've had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's business. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. This is how we die. Alone. She stops, not sure what to add. Feels like she's reaching for something. She can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you. As you do, it widens. Water drips. The moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it. Life creeping back in. The silence ending. Ankita shifts her weight and starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open space of the Greenway. To be away from this place forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita from somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say, but can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo chits into your hands. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars. Ugly little things, you think. It's a dirty job. But the deed's already been done. You take the chits and turn without saying a word. You continue up the track and she does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. The chits are heavy in your pocket and you hate them for reminding you how little a life is worth. The bad ends. The nature of the game makes me wonder, could that situation have played out differently? If we'd been more active in facing Ashton, things might have changed. It's a question for another universe, I suppose. Because this one's already said and done. Don't think Ankita's gonna talk to us again. We're here. Let's see what happens in the canteen today. You watch as commune members come and go to the canteen, shouting to each other and mixing freely. Feels good to serve them. Communist. I didn't think I'd get that achievement already. The communist achievement is just join the Haifa commune. Hey, you have a little room here now. Oh, you aren't finished with this cycle. Complete active scenes to proceed. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. If a scene's up, I have to finish it. Rico, commune botanist. Oh. Look, that's a I thought that was a gun for a second. You head down to the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that is labeled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you. You still have no idea what about. Rico, head of the Haifa botany. The line takes you to a blue door, and through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling. casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at her lab bench, camouflaged with a dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says, and beckons you closer. What is this place? Here? These were processing centers for the agriculture of the old corporate station. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. Botany program? Yes, the plants in the greenway are vital to Haifa's continued existence. It's important we understand them. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Haifa lives off the land of the greenway, so it allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, we work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waits for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth, it's a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They dry up. Exactly. They run out of water. Very rapidly, in fact. She leads you left at a crossroads. But here, they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no. They thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, that they are taking control of this place. Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlen himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system and small-scale agriculture systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch. But we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall that leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It's wet, too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. Did you do this? She smiles. Oh no, not me. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us, or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Aren't you the botanist? Astutely noticed. But I don't need a botanist. Rico sits on a railing. These halls run deep, Sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this is to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings. I know that much. And you can speak to the Eye. Uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples. Spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. I'll try. Thank you, she smiles. And thank you for listening. Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. Oh, it's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time, and few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, Sweeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made. And you follow the blue line back up out of the compound, all the time thinking of the impossible magical green. Yeah, I want to see what's going to go with that. Eiffel Labs. Spore study. Oh, I need to collect spores. Well, we're at the place for that. To the mushroom groves. Give me spores, please. That's a one. That's two. And you know what? I'm gonna try for another, just because. I lost 2 energy from that. Oh boy. I'm gonna go see Enfys, I guess, before I turn in. Riko has asked for samples of spores from the deep groves of the Greenway. With them, she might better understand how this biosphere functions. How is this place thriving? Very good question. And honestly, I want to know the answer just as much as Riko does. Riko is grateful for her contribution. Saripa, you warm my heart with each delivery. Thank you. Let's do another one. And the final one. After what we did for our last 200 cryo, I'm pretty happy to do something like this. A little bit of water, because I keep forgetting to drink. Hello, Riko. We are back. Sleep. Riko greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console wired to a species of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. Where did you get this? This, would you believe, she smiles, was a Solheim console built to analyze the nutrient contents of the Greenway crop. Haifa have been using these for decades now, although sometimes they need a little tender care. You look at the machine, patched with hull offcuts, the gaps between which reveal a tangled nest of wirings. If you're honest, it looks like it has received a lot of care. The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves. But I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Trichoma matsutake. Riko breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciations as if it was nothing. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console, showing a chemical composition. All gradiated bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified matsutake spores. Am I supposed to understand that? Not entirely, no, but I think you'll understand this. Riko brings up another panel. Identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your matsutake spores look like. They're not the same. That's the conclusion, yes. Riko glanced at the specimen jars if it might have something to add. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweak versions in the beginning, but the groves have, and still are, affecting them. Affecting them how? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye. And herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where 2 trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it. The pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake, like rotting, sodden overalls, laced with an edge of spice. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex. She winks. They're delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Rico looks at you directly. You suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So, here is our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the grove won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores, so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Rico looks impressed. Well, well, an eager mycologist. I never have guessed. I assume you set yourself up in the aviary? I am that place up for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows, not just Matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a Matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions. Their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself or being modified, whichever the case may be. How do I tell Rico that we've been growing spores in a dingy bar back in Havenage? Don't think she'd be too impressed with that one. Rico pops the Matsutake cap into her mouth, taking you by surprise. Oh, and don't worry, Sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. You know, that's great to hear, Rico. I got a friend of mine back in Havenage who I think would love to have a talk with you about mushrooms. Topic of that, hey, Enfys. Bowl your finest, my boy. Right, I was going to get you Giro caps. And you know what? I'm a high roll at the moment. Let's get some stabilizer. I will get 2 units of stabilizer, actually. More for you. I gotta sleep here in the low end tonight. Hey, kitty. Are you wanting to be my friend now? Alright, I need to sleep. I'll take those dice. But do you tomorrow? Cross to the greenway. Bang! Actually, what do you need? Matsutake, Giro. The pale and delicate Giro mushrooms are more abundant than the Matsutake. Rico says they still help the process. Okay, what do I need to repair the aviary? Now that I think about it. Indoor. Okay. Go chat with Feng first. When you enter the service dock, Feng is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He's leaning over a terminal, bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Haven just said again. Oh. They messed that up. Turns out not everyone in Haven just set against me. A couple of my old system pals managed to chip me some of my old gear. Just at the pile of blinking hardware. The mess is here! Feng laughs. Hey now, don't question the process, Sleeper. Any updates? Feng beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the waste on his terminal, with heat maps of activity overlaid. A chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does it look like a wasteland to you? Feng shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, and a whole underground facility to support them. Houghton's got a crew out there putting them together. He must have shipped them in piece by piece through the shipyard, ready for assembly out here. But why? They're planning something. No one needs hundreds of heavy-duty reclamation drones to run this kind of operation. Maybe Hardin Master's whole thing is an effort to clean up the waste. There's no way it's about pulling scrap off the eye. Feng looks worried. And why's Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Havenage knows another corporation setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks, and the Greenway is a total dark zone. No data can come in or out. So we can't hack them at all? We can't from here. He turns and winks. That's why I'm gonna pay them a visit. That's risky, man. You forget. Havenage comes in and out of there, I'll cycle. I should be able to get in as long as no one I know sees me. He grimaces playfully. But I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside, I can open up nodes in their network. We can work in tandem. It's a massive facility buried deep down there. Miles of corridors and ventways wrapped around cargo bays and hangars. So it'll take more than a few cycles to work through it. But as long as you can keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of Ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. Now, these are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage, so make them count. I modified them slightly this time. They'll feed the data threads back into the system that they're tunneling into, creating a nasty little feedback loop. We run it just like we did with the agents. Hack the nodes I pinged to locate the ports for their security system, and slap the worms in those systems and let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. Now, here's the entryway. This way you can get access and slap the first worm. That'll fry the perimeter systems and get me past the first cordon. What I need from you is keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up a security system, a server bank, you need to break it and slide a Ripper disable as soon as you can. And if I can't do that, Feng gives you a hard look. You miss a system, you wait too long, they're gonna find me. Simple as that. He claps you on the shoulder. I need you focused on this one, so I'm gonna let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slap that first worm. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. You got it, Feng. Don't worry, you can run rings around their protocols. I've seen it. Feng gets up. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations. Then slap that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. We can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing. Remember that. He stands up. Oh, and one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught, or you can't reach me, or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. Come on, Feng, don't talk like that, man. Just listen, he hisses. You've never seen Feng so serious. You take whatever I managed to pull at that point, all that data, and you slap that stuff straight into the relay I set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurposed the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put in it. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the eye will see it. That means Havenage, that means Yatagan, that means the hub. Everyone. No matter what, Hardin isn't snaking away this time. He grins. I've got a bit more to do here, but the moment you slap that worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile and turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit as soon as you make your way out of the service dock. It's time to prepare yourself. Alright. Where do I start with this? Conway access. Let's get this going. The worm tunnels in and starts looping data through the node. The Conway facility opens up to you. Godspeed, Feng. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps up out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink and water. Sleeper, Fang's voice crackles through. Moving in. Nodes, then ports. A worm interference. Slap the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. The thread dissipates. You're on your own now. Damn it, keep hydrate yourself. Alright, fine drink of water. Is that another hydrate? That's a lot of hydrate. Oh shit. That's so much hydrate. Die. That is my entire bottle of water gone to hydration. Yeah, everyone hydrate. Everyone in the chat, grab a drink, hydrate. I have no points now. I mean, they went to a good cause, making sure everyone in chat is hydrated and ready to go. I do now need to get more water, but I can wait a little bit for that. We're hacking terminals, man. Give me the data. Port F. Time for another Ripper. If Fireborn hydrates when they extinguish themselves. If fire, would you do that? Is that canon lore there? Consec, 4. I have a 4. Bypass. Give data. Both the S-layer nodes need to be extracted before the port will be open. Is there time? Yeah, there's time. I don't have a 5 and a 3, so that's as deep as we get tonight. So I'm going to go to the apiary, and we're gonna start clearing some overgrowth. Actually, no, I just need to get mushrooms. So let's start over here. Need to get into it. Yeah, I can get both these. So I actually start harvesting mushrooms properly. I seriously only got one Girl, even for a full positive action. Oh man. Oh, there's still another cycle on the go. Oh wait, that's the bar. Cross to the rear. They're not. Where's... Cross the Greenway. What am I missing here? Apparently I'm missing something. Oh, I misread it. Also, hydrate with alcohol. Right, but much want to stay. It's 1:30 a.m. and gotta be up at 8. I need my brain cells to sleep well. Love, ooh, Daddy, have a great stream. And I'll catch you in Discord at some point. Thank you for stopping in, Mindless. You have a good night, man. I'll chat with y'all tomorrow. Adios. End this cycle. Gotta help get Fang further into the Conway facility. 5 and 3 I need. 5 or 3. That'll get the job done. Right, I need food. Consec. Bring in a 5. Bypass. Next Consec port. The second layer controls the convoy drones tasked with patrolling the hangars. Another Ripper. The Ripper worm fries the drone's network link. Now they can't report anything. A 6 or a 5. 6 or a 4. A 3 or a 5. Okay. 6 or a 4 for you. 6 or a 5. So you need a 6. There we go. Give me the data. And you need a 4. Green knows to locate the final port. Thang Feng will be in. Not much time left. Got plenty of time. This is just giving us more and more cryo. You need a 5 or a 3. I'm sure we'll get one. Some Gyro caps. Hell yeah. Now we can go bring those to Emphis and get another fun little story. Crossroad. Let's go. Emphis wants to make this old recipe. We need 3 handfuls of Gyro calves, fresh and farmed. We need 3 days for that. The Overlook, favorite haunt for spacers. Why is that water? I'm like burping from the water. Tala comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. He's ready. She's grinning from ear to ear. Can I try? Obviously. She grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter. A cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tal has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate, where 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale Girl inside sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she is nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. This could fully kill us, you know that, Tala, right? In general, alcohol like this can just fully kill you. But let's try it. Cheers, she says solemnly, and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is burning, a sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood, and the soil, left behind like sediment. Barely there. Whew, that's strong. Talon nods vigorously. Whew, that was heavy. Maybe needs diluting? Alice swirls the Gyro in her glass. That might work. Open it up a bit. Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the Gyro. Try again. This time the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? Oh, hell yes. Tala grins with her whole face, and that makes you smile too. Tala pours out some more Gyro, and then adds some more water. The action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind, Tala? Tala looks up, and nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know? She says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye. We're refugees. From Sinza, yeah. It's one of Ember's moons. Takes a drink. I don't remember much. I was only tiny when we came. I was just thinking about something my father told me when he first set his place up. He wanted to call it the Bantayan, but he was afraid it'd scare off the customers. So he kind of translated it, hence the Overlook. And these past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking I should rename the place. She looks at you. The Bantayan. What do you think? What does it mean? Dad said he translated it to Overlook, so something like that. Watchtower, maybe? Lookout? Tala picks up her glass. Oh, that settles it then. To the Bantayan. You both clink your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Oh, still harsh. She laughs and suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, Sleeper, I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room, covered with a plastic sheet, and whips it off, like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen. A sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen! She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here any time, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the gyro. I was thinking that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the the Bantayan, she laughs. Do you like it? Oh, it's perfect, Tala. Tala gives you a hug, and quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here, she grins. Me too. As Tala ties away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through to the bar. You share a glass of the good gyro, the one she didn't distill. And this time you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars, discussing the best place to eat on the Eye, which, after everything that has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala, and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. I currently have a cat viciously trying to give me love. How's that going for you, Fire? And in this moment, you feel, for once, at home. Free Spirit. Oh, you can change the name. It's Bantayan. The matsutake requires a softer touch. You learn to thinly slice and lightly fry them to keep their flavor. Cook gyro calves. You haven't exactly mastered the art of cooking mushrooms, but a couple of handfuls of fried gyros always beats expired rations. On topic of cats, on topic of cats, we're gonna rest here for the night and see if we can get this little cat here. We can feed a stray. I am confident that if I feed this stray enough, I can adopt it. I want to adopt this cat. But anyways, that's where No, I need to take some stabilizer, because I need to guarantee I get the dice I need to get Fang through his mission. I don't normally take them this soon, but we end the cycle. That's a lot of good dice. I like it. Ah, fuck. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. I'm not dealing with your bullshit, Ethan. Ethan follows along. You notice he's limping. Come on, Sleeper. Just a little joke. I know you have a sense of humor. You look at him. He's paler than usual. Hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend? Cleo has now calmed down. I forget, is Cleo the youngest of your cats? Well, he pauses. Colleague? He smiles weakly. This is big. Really big stuff. About you. Seems more jittery than usual. On edge. You remember now how Essen Arp canceled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? Seriously, Ethan? Well, I'm guessing you're pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed? Me? I lost everything! But let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so, what did you think? That was it? I was just glad to be done with you. Oh, the feeling was mutual. Except, Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old Essen Arp gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who's even more of a shithead than yours truly. She is, yes. That's just the little one being all energetic and sweet. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Who? Ethan grins. Well, that's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see. Some colleagues about what went down. It turns out Essen Arp canceled all their bounty contracts. The whole lot. It seems they brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well in their last contract, they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently he made a hit on the ship called the Winter Wonderland, or something. It was smuggling sleepers out from under Essen Arp's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. They call him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forget. Why are you telling me this, Ethan? Because I'm your friend, Ethan says, looking you in the eye. And friends help each other out. Ethan runs his hand through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection. Waiting for the pitch. I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. Turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. The owners. And they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they're that kind of businessmen, he grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. I don't need you. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit, and trying to kill you, and whacking that thick skull of yours, he sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us, he jabs a finger from the two of you, we don't have a choice. So, you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal, he looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. I'll think about it. Ethan nods. I'm at the compressor. Every cycle. Working. He pauses. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed Essen Arp shit on his way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. I have a lot of fun doing Ethan's voice. New drive. Gain Ethan's protection. Somehow you're once again helping Ethan. This time he has offered his protection if you help clear his debt. Banker said he was able to Essen Arp tracker. Get to the bottom of his mystery first. photosynthetic skin, that's... I don't particularly care about these ones. Not doing anything that requires a lot of endurance, so... Let's cross to Greenway. And we start by getting Fang out. We have a 5, and that's what we need. Give me the data. And the final port. The final layer controls surveillance. With this down, Fang should be able to control the facility's cameras. Let's go. All layers unlocked. A thread from this facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. The final layer of security. Broken. Somewhere, buried in the depths of the station, Fang is in control. He is slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the result. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene. 2 figures in a room. One sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin, the unmistakable superior posture, the shock of gray hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They're vague, unformed. A problem with the data, perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. The proxy is a machine designed to be piloted by remote connection. Someone elsewhere in the system puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does, from the distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward, there's no doubt, Hardin is saying. The reclamation teams are almost ready, and after that it will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward, its movements stilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water. But things must change, Hardin. We need further assurances. I've been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless. Hardin waves the accusation away. We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Hardin. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of Alpha 1 is contested, then we could be drawn to a compromising legal position. Hardin approached the proxy. There will be no contest. Not from Solheim, who cannot muster defense. Not from Havenage, who will fall into line below me. He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye. And the people of the station? Refugees, gangs, spacers. All either opportunists or degenerates. Havenage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlin's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions, perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled. It cannot survive. It's a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. You'll be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles. Hardin stands. You will move forward with the reclamation, because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories go dark. He pauses. Do I need to continue? One moment, comes the response from the proxy. Its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, away to the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Hardin as he paces, and he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that, in the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end? The proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim Alpha 1, as salvage within 6 cycles. Havenage is to assist with the transport of the illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy jutters to his feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process after losses have been accounted for. Hardin nods. I accept. The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrifying fascination. There's a bluntness to the conversation, to its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed into structures, crushed, and losses accounted for in the cells of tables, the margins of ledgers. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else on this station in the eyes of the people in that room, and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected. In another, the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. This is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer. Not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light. Then you drift down to the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place the polygon of data, that recording, into the relay system Feng prepared. And then you watch as it bursts out, a web of threads heading out into the black, to every network device on the eye. Let them see what power makes of a man. Done. To celebrate, let's do some work in the aviary here. Once a corporate garden for impressing guests and children. The layers of growth are overwhelming, and the stench of the rot distressing. You do what you can for now. Cross to the room. Is there anything over here I can do now? The building is chaos. Most of it is in total lockdown. No one will give you a straight answer about Feng or Hardin. It's gonna take a little bit of time, I guess, for that one. You know what? Let's bed down here in the low end. Maywick. Ethan says Maywick is on their way. You'll need to leave the station, get protection, or disable your tracker before they arrive. Well, we're en route to one of those. Beat the strike. Oh, wait. End the cycle. It'll die. I do know how this one goes for now. So I know that Feng will have our... Feng will deal with our tracker before Maywick arrives. Cross to the Greenway. Oh, that's the wrong one. Work assignment. Hi there. Community members are expected to turn up for work assignments. In return, their needs will be met. All are treated equally. Alright. That's energy from that. And I'll spend one more. Just get some energy. Nice. So with Haifa, we can work to get energy back instead of paying for it. Endure. Clear the overgrowth. There we go. You struggle with dried vines and creepers entwined around the structure of the dome, threatening to vent the garden into space. Terminate create spores. The old growth of the aviary has created a rich medium into which you can place the spores from the grove. They grow well here. Let's try and collect some spores for the end of the day. Okay. I'm gonna need more spores to really get anything on the go. So, let's rest here for the night. End the cycle. That's my 2 here. Oh yeah, +2, and then my Thrill Seeker popped. Sweet. Got some more spores. Well, let's get some gear rolls, I suppose. And one more. Oh, +3 energy. Oh, that works. Get these spores growing. You extract the spores from the sample print and mix with water, then inject them into the prepared mulch. It is precise work. So, it'll take 4 days now for those to grow. So, we're gonna have a sleepy. Oh, there's a scene. Cross to the rim. Emphys! And Fang. Let's check out Fang first. Fang grins at you as the bay door slides open. Above in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meeting after endless meeting. Havenish have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Fang is in good spirits, and bundles you inside before you even have a chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation the station has seen. He hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And, he smiles, I got to watch through the cameras as the Haven security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Fang smiled. One of them straight up just whacked on him with their pistol. It was beautiful. What are they going to do with him now? I'm not sure anyone knows, but he is cooperating in dismantling his operation and scaring off Conway. Maybe they'll exile him when they're done, or hand him over to some core authority. Fang shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. He shakes his head. Seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the art right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. I mean, I'm not surprised. Yeah, this whole thing hasn't won me many fans of the administration, but I think in the end they'll agree that out in Hardin was worth it. Whatever the methods. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old, and it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlen and Haven installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But if you're asking me, if the eye will stop spinning next cycle? No, he smiles. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening the cycle after that. Harlan's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems, and their ability to shape the world around them. Fang squeezed your shoulder. But as far as I'm concerned, people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyways, Fang raps on the side of his terminal, I know you didn't come down here for a lecture. My tracker. I haven't forgotten. He produced the thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripper worm, one made to deactivate the tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. The tracker of yours doesn't just show SNOP where you are, it transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it. It'll edit that data till SNOP your body is irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins widely. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Just slide it already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand. Then you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they're gone, you forget they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it's done. You open your eyes. Well, how do you feel? Asks Fang, a little nervously. I'm tired, man. Aren't we all? He pats you on the shoulder. Take it easy. Things might be a little woozy for a minute. He looks at his terminal screen. The logs tell me it worked, so feel it or not, you're free. Fang lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Fang wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs and you join him. And later when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. You walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels in that moment like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can, or even should, last forever, or that it'll never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place has a future, and it's one that you know deeply and truly is worth protecting. I like getting to read little things like that. The sound design in this game, to me, at least, I don't know if it comes across everyone else, but it often sounds really lonely, you know? Oh, look at that. I have a conversation with Ethan here. Let's see what this is. The compressor is almost empty when you enter. A couple of scattered patrons in the booths and a lone bartender. The bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive and nods, and you return the greeting. You know already that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With your tracker reporting you dead, he wouldn't have stuck around. You look at the empty stool, his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his slate chirps, letting him know that this target he was tracking is dead. You can imagine the screaming and the swearing, too. Is that all you were to Ethan? Another target? Or is there something else going on? It seems like a foolish question to ask now when he's fled the station, but it bothers you anyway. You take one last look and walk out. You doubt you'll ever come back to this place or the memories it holds. You walk back out into the light of the Bright Market and allow yourself a smile. So this is what Fang meant when he said you were free. You could get used to this. See, I really like that. Because I know the way Ethan's story normally ends if you take his route. He betrays you. He rats you out to Maywick after you return his gun. And Maywick takes him out, so he doesn't have to pay a finder's fee. And then we deal with Maywick ourselves. Ethan can run however long he wants. I know his motivations, even if this sleeper doesn't. On the topic of freedom, let's enjoy a fine meal. Emphas preparing the gear oil caps. He's had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says. But the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you've never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. You have a moment, sleeper. He smiles. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia. Something distant and melancholic. It seems the story should match that feeling somehow. And maybe you will feel better for telling it. Let's tell another sleeper's story. You start by explaining what it was like to work alongside the other sleepers, or at least what you remember of it after your long trip through the void. You try to explain that the close proximity you lived and worked in. Oh. Hey, music! Hey, Keeper, I was feeling sick, so I had to end, but I wanted to say hi. Also, Music Raid! Hey, hello Raiders, welcome! Also, I don't know if you saw this music, but I'm an affiliate now. This is my first affiliate stream. Welcome everybody, thanks for stopping in. We're playing a little game here called Citizen Sleeper. It's a bit of a text-based RPG, and I'm having fun reading and doing some voices. Yeah, thank you, music. I finally made it. I'm Team Affiliate. What were you streaming before you came over? Also, I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling under the weather. I guess you won't be sticking around long, but I hope you're feeling better in the morning. If a little bit of rest might help you. Oh yeah, Lumion Legacy. You box my you box my boy yet, or is he still helping out? You try to explain the close proximity you lived and worked in didn't always engender the kind of closeness you might imagine, and that, mostly, each sleeper was just as lonely as another. You do remember one, however. An extractor who you ended up on asteroid extraction detail with. Like most sleepers, they had a few nascent memories left behind from the person they were emulated from. Those memories almost exclusively focused on a daughter they could never fully recall. All they had of her was a handful of half-eroded memories and emotions, both someone else's and also their own. You recall how one cycle that sleeper simply kicked off from the asteroid into the black, their propulsion units firing until they were empty. You tell Emphas how you watched them fade away and wink out, suddenly lost in the void. After that, you stare quietly for a long time, watching Emphas cook. Emphas finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me, he smiles. I hope it enlightens you a little. He passes you a bowl and heaps the gyros into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and blooms. Eat. I'm like sick, and I've been for a few days. I'm trying to keep streaming though, but tonight the cough really hurt. Now you're still on my team. Hey. Oh, okay. Then medicine, water, and a good bit of soup. That's what this doctor recommends. Team Newfie VTuber, I guess. Which that reminds me, the Fire started streaming now, so now we got 3 Newfie VTubers in here. The dish is delicious. Filling it warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It's a small mercy, you think, that SNRF left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It it all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. I like Emphas. It's very fun. Loomian Legacy is basically just Pokemon, and even after Keeper. I'll try to stop into your stream sometimes I see you live. Yeah! Yeah, Music has been playing this Roblox game where it's a bit of like Pokemon style, like a monster capture. And I raided him a while ago it is they, right? I think I was fucking it up there a fair bit and I just caught myself. Sorry. But yeah, they were playing that, I raided, and it happened to be at a time when they were catching a Pokemon, and I claimed it. So, good to hear that my guy is still going strong. They, them, yeah. Sorry, I do my best, but I sometimes get things fucked up. I don't mean any offense by it, and I try and avoid doing that shit. I know it's fairly rude, and I do my best, so I do my best to avoid using the wrong pronouns. It's fine, people don't even bother, so you're doing great. I don't know why, that gives off really big, like, you're doing great, sweetie, type vibes. But I am kind of actually more sorry to hear that people are intentionally not even trying. But to me, it's like a very easy thing to try. And I got a couple of friends that use, like, I know some people that I met that when I met them they use one pronoun and now they use different ones, and my memory is god awful, but I always try my best and they always seem appreciative of that part at least. We will end this cycle. Yeah, like you. What was I doing? What was I doing at the labs? Right, I'm giving mushrooms to Rico. Oh, +2. Rico needs mushrooms grown in the aviary to study, so accept Gyro caps and Matsutake caps are better. Okay. So I can get Matsutake from the aviary, so I'm just going to harvest for now. Find a hidden grove where clouds of spores fizz in the air. You feel energized to inhale the glittering powder. Come on, I want caps. Give me caps. Give me caps. That's more caps. And I'll take some spores, because I'm going to need more spores. Beautiful, Rico gishes as you hand over the golden caps. You've never seen anyone so excited about mushrooms. Alright. And another cycle. At this point I'm just doing my best to get them shrooms. How many drives do I have? Oh yeah, the flotilla. Bring mushrooms to the Briar. Oh. Bro mushrooms. I'm working on that one. Work for Rabbit. I don't really care about Rabai at the moment. I'm also sorry for any raiders that I know a game like this is the most entertaining thing, especially in comparison to Lumion Legacy and music's general excited energy that they tend to bring. I'm a bit more relaxed, and this is kind of a more laid-back game. But some spores. That's an easy one to do there. But all are welcome, and I invite everyone to chill and vibe. Try to keep it relaxed around here. Kick back a bit. Give me mushrooms. Yes. They get more mushrooms. Energy. Alright. Put some spores. Oh, that's wholesome, Keeper, but you're very poggers too. Yeah. Positive and poggers. That's how we do it around here. Yeah, at the moment I'm literally just growing mushrooms and harvesting spores and sleeping. That's the riveting gameplay of Citizen Sleeper for the night. Now we sleep again. There's one cool thing you can do in this though. You can go into this like hacking. It's like a hacking minigame thing you can do. Oh shit. I didn't realize that, but there's actually a whole like this is the thing I did earlier. I needed to like do this to get some info on this rogue agent type dude. There's actually like a full on facility down there. I didn't even see that before. 50, let's go. Growth spores. Positive. 50-50. Give me something good. I didn't need energy, but okay. And collect some more spores. Because tomorrow I'm going to get a full crop in from the aviary. Plant some more. How many points do I have? Icebreaker. That's a Haggler. I'll hold off on this because I can actually get a level 3 ability now. Or a +2, I mean. And another cycle. I do actually have I haven't made a post about it yet. I do have a fun stream planned for Monday. On Fire suggestion, I'm going to be playing Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. And after having a conversation with them and them quote saying, "It's easy if you're not brainless," I have decided to artificially increase difficulty by making it a drinking stream. So I'm going to be doing a horror puzzle game while drinking. That's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. That's what I got planned for Monday. I'm looking forward to it. Never thought I'd be excited about a Monday, but yeah, here we are. Clubhead caps. That's weird, but okay. Give me some matsutake, please. I would like some matsutake. Oh, there's some matsutake. Nice. More matsutake. Okay, that's all that done. To grow some more, please. At least you're not brain dead. Keeps challenge accepted. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, hey, it makes it more interesting, and it's pretty much my celebratory stream for making affiliate. Like, I already had this week's stuff done, planned, so I wanted to keep that going. So, actually, I'm gonna check something first. Does Emphas need 2 Matsutake or 3 for his next meal? You get 2. Sweet. Matsutake broth. Emphas inhales a deep autumnal aroma of the Matsutake caps and nods. He seems impressed. Now give that 3 cycles, we'll have a new dish. Like, give me Emphas's mushroom cookbook. That's like my one want from this game. Wrong one. Hypha commune. Do a bit of work. Get some energy. That's good. Go here. What are these club head caps? I don't need these. But I might need them for after this, is the thing. There we go. Where did he go? Riko meets you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on her crutch with a glint in her eye. Walk with me, Sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. Why? Erlin was interested in people, not plants. He was a pragmatist, and for good reason. You both crossed through a glass-roofed tunnel, the greenway outside crowded with vines and branches dappling the light. Erlin had written the greenway off. Cut off from the rest of the station, linked to a broken spoke, he claims only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Riko continues, making her slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plans secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She paused to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It's difficult to know it from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster. Nothing like you see here. Half of the greenway was leaking oxygen into space, the plants flash frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch, as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard, we lost good people. We cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many, many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed. But we kept on working, talking less and less, because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we. But it didn't die. It did not, Riko smiles. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time, we reaped the fruits of our labor. Riko smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we had saved the Greenway. Until today. You pass into the grove beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Hypha members planting and harvesting. For a while, Riko is quiet. You both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Riko smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded. But we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor, Riko following some direction unknown to you. What you have shown me is that back then the Greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the Matsutake or Giro caps you have been growing? Yep. I imagine they were delicious, nutritious, almost uniquely so, she muses. After all, they were designed for you. Riko has a mischievous look. At first, I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs or from the grove, different to each other. But what I have come to understand is that it's the person growing them. The Matsutake and Giro caps you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you. Riko smiled as she leads you into the internal garden of the commune, where the hyphen members have planted species from all over the Greenway. Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something. A response. It was as if this place was not just alive, as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways. Communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. Riko stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing fruiting bodies for you, for me. It is adapting, changing. In short, it is displaying all the signs of sentience. The Greenway is sentient. Perhaps not the Greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it. Riko sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. When you have been growing the Giros and the Matsutakes in the aviary, those species so familiar to the Greenway, have you discovered any others? Yeah, I actually have these clubhead caps. Riko can barely contain her excitement. I should like to see those. Please, bring me some next time you are here. You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Riko interrupts the silence. There is a species of mushroom that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days when we were working to save this place. It was around the time that we started to lose our first members. Hi, Def Toast. Music Raid. Hey, Toast. How you doing? Welcome to the chat, man. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. At that point, we thought we were lost, and then these mushrooms emerged from the same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural processes of this ecosystem, even if the time scale seemed absurdly short. But what I am wondering is if that antidote was a gift. Oh. Yeah, I went outside when music rated someone and I didn't get to say hi until now, so hi, meow. Hello, hi, Def Toast. Thank you very much for the follow. If you didn't hear the explanation, I'm playing a game here called Citizen Sleeper. It's a bit of a text-based RPG, choose-your-own-adventure style stuff. So I'm having fun sitting here, reading and doing some voices. So I hope you're enjoying it and relaxing a bit. Where was I? Oh, Riko meets your eye. Perhaps if you are patient, you will receive your gift too, Sleeper. You both sit for a while, Riko seemingly done telling stories for today. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you, and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave, with a quiet nod to Riko, leaving her to her memories. Clubhead samples. Riko's eager to see the clubhead caps that have grown in the aviary. She hasn't seen mushrooms like this in decades. I have one. You hand them over to an eager Riko, who immediately begins to work on the samples. So these clubheads can only be grown in the aviary. I did Toast. Toast, please be nice, is all I ask of you. Toast bullies me. Hey, I get enough bullying from Fireborn, so... I'm sure Toast can't do worse than them. And another cycle. Oh, those are not good dice at all. I'll use one for this, just to get some energy. We'll do this one. You know when bullies keep with me? It is very much that type of thing, ain't it? Actually, I don't need any more of this. What am I doing? You guys farm stacks? I don't need anything from there. My drives, flotilla. Right, yeah, that's what I need. I need mushrooms for the flotilla aid. Let's see if I can just gather some. Just more energy. Gyro caps. Okay. This is a bit of like a DLC episode type thing. It's the first of 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper, telling the story of the refugee flotilla which has arrived at the Eye. Including the action above will begin that story. Beware this intended for late game play. Okay. So I am going to not do that yet, because I want to kind of finish some of these more basic things. I really want to get to the bottom what's on the go here in the Greenway. I'm gonna just go and sleep now. Oh, those are some very good dice. Today's a good day. Hey, y'all wanna go commit a crime real quick? We're gonna go commit some crime. In-game, of course. Cross to the rim. This here is the Midline Freight Hub. And we can just steal a random thing from it. Congratulations, you are now all accomplices to a crime. Let's go! An in-game crime. Gotta specify that now. What did I get? Did I get more girls? What is... Okay. Another day for Emphis. So... Nope, after you commit crime, what do you do except for feed a cat? Yeah, I'm really hoping that once I feed this cat enough, I'll actually just have a cat pet. But so far, it's just kind of not happening. And the cycle again. Well, we're kind of just waiting for clocks to tick over. Emphis. Emphis is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. These are good, Sleeper. Very good, he says without looking up. I'll barter with Mingi for some kelp, too, so you can brew the dashi. Dashi? A soup base. Very good. Emphis slides the sliced matsutake mushrooms to one side, takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water. Been soaking it since last cycle, Emphis explains. Should be good to warm now. He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. have some time now. He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder. However, there's one difference this cycle. He smiles. You have been the one providing the ingredients. So it's my turn to provide a story. Okay. Good. The story is important to me. He gestures for you both to sit on the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? This runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks. Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We called it a bone suit. He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder. They drill in and anchor it here, and all the way down the arm. He taps each scar on the way. It maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly. A one-to-one mechanical replication. You swing your arm, the 2-ton arm swings too. You should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits. Tearing through stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating years signed up from company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. He stares off to the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failure was high. And failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. So there we were. Hundreds of us with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to that company colony that spat us out, to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit, there were only me and a couple of others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis. They folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn. He touches the scars, but what burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that, and not the faces of my friends. Emphis reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth. It's ready. Sorry, Emphis. Don't be. It was Conway's crime, and you know better than most what we went through. It's enough that you're here to listen. Emphis pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Emphis busies himself with cleaning the pans in the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It's not that there's nothing to say, it's that sometimes in the moments after something, speaking breaks the spell. So you both idle, eager to be in each other's company, Emphis taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. You finally finish and hand him the bowl. You feel the spell break, and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty, and a little more full than before. And that's the end of Emphis' story, at least to the best of my knowledge. I like Emphas. He's a good man. And a damn good cook. Fellow traveler, name of the developer of this game. Citizen Sleeper Cookbook when? Please, give it to me. I'm feeling like doing a little bit of exploring. I haven't been up to the hub. Let's head up that way. The hub. Station main dock. Space for socializing or access the manifest. The stack bays has a flow of incoming and outgoing ships. The digital manifests help you get your head around this place. Alright. Let's try this one. You start to draw connections from manifest to manifest, noting the patterns and flow. There's something beautiful in the chaos. Can I get some more info? Indeed I can. And 50-50, let's see how this goes. Pretty good. Bliss, a ship mechanic. The Gimbal Lounge. Alright. Let's see who this Bliss person is. Oh, that's a cool design. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shitheels who sold you them. Hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass. Moments later, someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Hey, you out there! The same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work? Who, me? Everyone on the stage looking for work. Get in here! My voice is cracking a bit. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She's floating in the microgravity of the docking bay beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. He points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the case. Let's help her. Alright then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift out and up. Then I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with the wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hand under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. What do you do here? Repairs, fit-ups, tear-downs. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays. So here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Oh, this. She rips out a ripped pipe and hands it to you like a freely caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance of landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quiets it with a precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. Get a hand? I appreciate it. Let me finish before you jump, though. He keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube, scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will ya? You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall rack where a catalog of parts sits secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the walls, a complex organizational system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. I think Bliss said this was like an M2? Yeah, M2 converter. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over, the converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect! You passed! She straightens up for the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palm. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting the clean air filter than Moritz. I'd be happy to, Bliss. Wait, she finds the rack. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. They bid for jobs we need to put down deposits, bring in pots, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous. We need chits. An investment? Exactly. Partners, straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off in the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. And no offense, she manages to smile. It is pretty weird. She gives you a sideways look. Don't tease me. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm going to wrap this one up for now. But if you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean. You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. Yeah, I like Bliss. Hey, you're Destin. Hello there. Welcome to the stream, man. How you doing? The Gimbal Lounge. What do we got in here? Buy a space from you. The gimbal sells itself on a spinning sphere, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they sell food. What's else happening in Bliss's Bay? Seed money. A scam or an opportunity. Bliss seems solid enough, and this might be your best chance to get in on the hub's repair trade. You know what? I don't need the money for anything else at the moment. Let's see if we can plant a seed here. Not that I can get ready for bed, but I figured I'd stop by and say hi. Hey, it's always appreciated, Iridescent. I hope you're having a good night, and I hope you have a good sleep if you're just stopping in for a quick hello. I'm playing a little bit of Citizen Sleeper here, text-based RPG game, so I'm having fun doing some reading and doing some voices for the characters. Bliss is incredibly grateful. I'll pay you back every chit, I promise you. You guess you two are partners now. Bayview. I like the name of that achievement. This is a cycle clock. Bliss is bidding on jobs at the hub. It'll take a few cycles and some perseverance before one comes out. Alright. So that's about all we can do for tonight then. So back down to today. I can go one more day. So, let's see if we have any luck with our mushroom crop. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, that's what we needed. So I'll just fully harvest this. Ooh, got two. Pretty good mushroom stock. Club head caps. And we'll get another crop of mushrooms started. It'll take 4 cycles before we can do anything with it, so I might as well get that in now while I have the spare spores. Clubhead samples. Are these fruiting bodies the same that emerged during the early days of the collapse? Or something else? Rico, the commune botanist. Rico's at her bench, running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she notices you approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. She looks up, smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles. Right now, well, I think I have something. What is it, Rico? The drum finishes spinning and Rico lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I extracted from those clubheads you've been bringing me, and according to my analysis, it's a substance totally unique on Greenway. You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might be? Rico asks without looking away from the vial. Is there any chance that's stabilizer? Rico nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Rico's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately. I just thought... She pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? She sighs. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once while I was working on their wounds, along with a couple of systems engineers. She looks nervously at you. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples. Samples, Rico? You have to understand, I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail. She shifts her weight to her crutch. The next cycle they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up towards the wild margins, where the greenway meets the waste. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. She sits down heavily, a vial in her hands. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come through at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer, the glass cold and smooth in your palm. But how? Those clubhead caps made it for you, or at least who or whatever made those clubheads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame, is it? Runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so too has it sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It is welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I have never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So, I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many clubheads as you like. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you, freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it to dig into it, to find what being is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? Indeed I can. Indeed we can, Rico. Rico sighs with relief and deflates into her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper, truly I am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more. But I'm so glad I met you, she smiles. You are welcome here anytime. Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile. You realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent. And so you drift back into the tunnel, thoughts of that other sleeper, and where they ended up weighing on your mind. Grow your own. Holy shit. Okay, so I need 2 club heads to make a vial of stabilizer. With a couple of club head caps, Rico can extract the miraculous stabilizer they produce. It's a hard thing to believe. In my game. Okay. Is there anything else I can particularly do here now? Help Bliss compete, work for Rabaya. The scrap. Do anything. Well, I guess I'm gonna pop a stabilizer and call that a cycle. Finish exploring the hub. Go. Alright, let's go this one instead, I guess. You start to draw connections from manifest to manifest, noting the patterns and flow. It's only beautiful to the chaos. Spacer sleeping birds. What the? Rent a capsule. The only place to sleep on the hub, hacked off a colony ship and welded to the ring. Surprisingly expensive to rent. I mean, this isn't repeatable, so I guess if I rent this, I'll always have a place here. It looks cool. If I rent this, maybe I'll get something. You hand over the chits and get a passkey for capsule 0451. Time to find which of the identical berths is yours. Okay, nothing special about this, but I have a place up here now, I guess. Descend to the rim. I have a 6, so I'm gonna do some crime in game. Scrap components, nice. Emphys, love a little bitey. Back over the greenway for a second because wrong one. You get a work assignment in, get a little bit of energy that way. lot of upgrade points, actually. I got a +2 on my interface. And Obsessive Haggler. I have maxed out my interface and engage. Or there's an achievement for getting everything to +2. Guess I'm gonna spend a 4 on this. Yatagan operates on an in-kind basis, you are told, and tithes of goods or services must be collected in exchange for protection and administration. Alright, let's do one of these. Let's see how it goes. Oh, I got scrap from that. Nice. How do you feel about Yatagan? It seems working with Rebia is your best chance to get an insight into the organization. Alright. Do stuff in this area. I guess we're going to sleep here for the night. Hydrate. Fire, I don't have any water right now. I need to go get water. Mindless cleared my bottle when he redeemed like 10 of those. So we're going on a little trip because benefits of a wireless microphone, I can take y'all with me. So I'm literally getting water right now. See, and to like fill up my water jug now. That was my jug has gone fully into my bottle. Alright. Here we go. I now have water, so I can actually hydrate. Nice and cold and refreshing. Oh man. When I got up, I didn't even realize how bad my dice are. What do I even do with these? I mean, I guess do some hacks, but like... My mom is texting me, so there we go. I'm gonna head off here, have a good rest of your night, and have a great stream. I'll see you around. Before I go, I heard this hilarious dad joke. Are you down? Yeah, sure, I'm always down for a good dad joke. What you got, Iridescent? Oh. This is the assistant. Moritz! Hey! A quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleepa, it's me. Do I know you? Moritz, he pauses. I work for Bliss. He rubs the back of his head. You're not an easy person to find. Yeah, I don't really have an address. Moritz holds up his hands. Hey, no judgment, it's cool. You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. So... yeah. Well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking you to come up and help her out. He nods sagely. Alright, I'll be right up there. Nice, yeah. Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I've got it, Moritz. Cool, cool, cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know? He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See you, Sleepa. Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking out a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, though. Why did my dad take 2 pairs of socks to go golfing? I don't know. Why did your dad... Wait, what? Don't you normally take 2 sets of socks? Oh, 2 pairs of socks. Okay, why did your dad take 2 pairs of socks to go golfing? You know what? This actually worked out pretty good here. In case he got a hole in one. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I like that. Mindless. You gotta tell that one to Mindless next time you're both in Discord. I think he would love that. A sock joke. What is this now? Full system flush. What's an idea? Full system flush with tracer fluid to reveal the leaks, which means emergency venting of all tanks. Brilliant. Dangerous. I have a 6 dice perfectly for this. Let's do it. I'm gonna do that one once, it seems. Typically, the way I fix this kind of leak is to painstakingly inspect and reseal the entire ship's cladding. But is there time? We can do a little bit now, because I already did this one once. I laughed harder than I should have, but it was good, lol. Yeah, I'll drop in his chat during his next stream or something, lol. Yeah, have a great night. You too, Iridescent. Hope you sleep well. I'll chat to you in the Discord later. See ya. Always a pleasure to have people drop in and say hi for the night. Somehow Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is that the work needs to be turned around faster. Too fast. Alright, if I'm up here now, I'm gonna have a sleep in this little apartment of mine. Let's endure and seal those leaks. Might be enough to get it. Indeed it is. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We cleared that contract no problem. She stretches. Once we're back in the bay, we can check if the payments come through and divide it up. She stretches. Feels good? The airlock clunks and the lights flicker, and a moment later you're back in the bay, where Morse is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey, Moritz. Oh, jeez. He looks cool in that pose, actually. I like that. Moritz looks over his shoulder. Hey, Sleeper! Spins a wrench in his hand. Look at that clean work out there. He nods respectfully. You look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over to her management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in zero-G as she does. It's like she was born into it. Shit! Bliss slams a fist in the console. Shit, shit, shit! What's up? I can't even... Bliss closes her eye. Come here! Bliss closes her eye. Look at this, just look! She spins the terminal screen and you see the details for the bay's account. You see an entry for the Ember's wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job. Then directly after, the whole amount was transferred back out to an unknown account. What the hell? This is the work of my ex. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. Shrugs her forehead. There's no way we can... She pauses, thinking. Moritz, throw me that wrench. What's that for? Moritz spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. This. Bliss brings the wrench down on the terminal. Hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory, sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you shit! Moritz drifts out from his hiding place among the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively. You want me to... He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I got it. You go get me a new terminal, cheap as you can find. Cobble one together from pieces at the ore exchange if you have to. Bliss. She looks over at you. I'm good now. Bliss glides over to a panel by the wall. Don't worry, one of the first things I had installed when we spec'd out this place was a clean and sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. Is that or just face the whole bay every few cycles? Bliss, are you okay? Not really, she says at the sweep panel. Just don't seem to be able to extricate myself from this shit, no matter how hard I try. The clean and sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That account wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Morris gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweep as it reaches the near end of the bay. You don't want the cryo back? Oh, I want it, but it's gone. He could have transferred it anywhere. She looks out across the hub. And even if I knew where he was, the last thing I want is to ever see him again. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you work for this too, but next time won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Morris let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. That's some fucking bullshit, man. This random dude. That was an investment, man. Guess I'm working over here for the moment. Once mechanic ties a new filtration system for the block's atrium, and after you help install it, he offers you some of the remaining scrap. Fancy. Do a word patrol and see if I can get some energy back. Getting out for as many. You help a dentist running a surgery from their unit with their equipment. After your restorative infusion, you feel better immediately. Fancy. I like it. Oh, shit. I would say your goodbyes to the other enforcers and walk back to the low end. A chirping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfare, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with suit sealant tape. Written across fluorescent tape is one word: Sleeper. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Sleeper? Sabine's voice crackles through. I have seen you with the Atagan members. Are they holding you captive now too? A high whine. I am sorry if I have dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang, some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, her voice too loud in the quiet corridor. I will come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties. At the right time, a pause. I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. The recording cuts out. You stare at the recorder, processing what you have just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside you. An SNARP employee. Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and quietly out of the low end. Use this here. If I get the negative, I'm going to be going down to my next dice anyways, so... You know what? I'll take it. Cycle. And you know, probably gonna spend some time over the Overlook after this. Get some chits coming in. Yeah. Oh, right. It's the Pantheon. That's the name of it now. Get this one. Let's get some Matsutakes going. Oh, it gives 3 energy for that. Fancy. And we'll get these going. Let's feed the stray a little bit. They fed. Still nothing new, so we just sleep now, I guess. One, 3, 4, and a 2. I've had worse dice sets. Are my mushrooms grown yet? Looks like they are. Use a 4. But I really want to save those a bit. You know what? Let's get the Flex episode started. Ash sees you coming up the broken spoke and waves you into the cavernous bay of the Climbing Briar. You came? Peak smiles as you walk into the Climbing Briar's cargo hold behind a gloomy Ash. They brought mushrooms? No, that's not right. They brought mushrooms? Ash tosses the mushroom caps onto a crate, raising her eyebrows at Peak. Peak gives her a look. Thank you, Sleeper. They pick one up and sip at it. Are these edible? Yes. Peak turns the cap over in their fingers before putting it down. We're not so used to fresh We're not so used to fresh produce. Ash is securing crates as she speaks, doesn't look up. Arthur doesn't have much in the way of farming. They're an acquired taste. I'm sure the refugees will acquire it. Ash wipes her hands on a rag. Most of them are from Ember's Moons, so they're used to eating greens and grumbling things. Not like our XPR roughnecks. XPR? That's an interrogation? She glares. Either way, we're done with that place, which is all you need to know. Ash leans back against the crate she was securing. We're gonna need more than a few mushrooms if you want to help those refugees, though. What do they need? Food, water, components, a whole lot of things. Ash stands and walks over to the mushrooms he brought, places them into a small container with care. The problem isn't just getting supplies, it's getting them through to the ships. Can you speak the Havenage? We aren't exactly welcome guests, Peak explains. If anyone figures out that we came in with the refugee ships, we'll be quarantined as well. Why is there a quarantine? Peak jumps in. The Eye has a closed-loop life support system, just like any orbital installation. Any unfamiliar illness or significantly increased strain on life support could cause a cascading collapse in its systems. Ash scoffs. Are we making excuses for these bureaucrats now? Peak turns. We're being realistic, Ash. Shadow! Hello! Keeper. Hello, Shadow. How you doing? Well, these poor people are on an increased strain. They're living people. Ash stares at you. Even calling them refugees is just a way of turning the look of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group. Oh shit, thank you for the sub, Shadow. Thank you very much. Let's go. Fire is very excited. Ash slides a container full of mushrooms into one of the cargo hold's racks. Look, as much as I'd like to chat, we still got a lot of space to fill in this hole. So if you're going to help... I think Ash is trying to say we need your help, and quickly, Beak says, glancing at her. The refugees behind the cordon, they won't be able to hold out indefinitely. We need to get supplies to them in the next 12 cycles, or... Ash steps forward. Or Havenage will have to bear the responsibility for whatever happens next. Alright, what can I do? There's 3 things we still need to secure. Water, food, and scrap components for ship repairs. Ash gestures to the storage container around the hold. Water we can find a way to source, or my preference, just siphon out from the underground reservoirs in the Greenway. Peak raises their eyebrows. Ash? She ignores them. For food, things could be tricky. Those mushrooms are delicious, I'm sure, but no we can get enough volume to feed a flotilla. However, I saw an algae stack on the way over, if we can get access. Not more stealing, Ash. Peak sighs. I didn't say steal. She stares at them indignantly. If we can get access, we can work the stack, harvest some algae for the flotilla. Those stack churns out vast quantities in short time scales. And the repair components? Peak asks tentatively. Ash smiles. Just look around you, Peak. This whole place is made of scrap. She shoots you a glance. And I'm sure the Sleeper has their sources. They can bring them right here. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We started the Flex episode here. It's kind of like a little DLC extra story to Citizen Sleeper. And while things have gotten a little bit slower in the main stuff I'm doing, I'm kind of waiting for cycles to click. I'm like, yeah, let's get this started. We get everything before time runs out? Perfect. We get most of it? Also good. Either way, in 12 cycles, I'm going to take what we have and go. But how will you get through? Ash shoulders the container. I thought I'd leave that up to you, Peak. They flinch. Are you serious, Ash? I know we said we would help the flotilla, but at what point... They stop, take a breath. Take this seriously, Ash. I don't know the first thing about breaching a quarantine cordon. Maybe not, Ash looks at you, but they might. They slipped out from an SNR facility, didn't they? Plus, they've been here longer than us. You're always trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is. She gestures at you. Help. How's your night been, Shadow? Though I suppose, you're like 4.5 hours behind me, so I guess it's, how was your afternoon? Let's go with that one. Peak glance between the two of you. I swear to... They sigh. I need to think this one through. Meet me at the cordon in a couple of cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we can figure something out. Meanwhile, Ash meets your eye. You can help me acquire the supplies. Discreetly, she smiles. We have to keep this quiet. Keep Havens out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, this is over for all of us. This all suddenly seems a little too real, too dangerous. You only just found your feet on the eye. It's not a time for causing trouble. Come find us. We'll be out there trying to pull this all together. Ash goes to the back of the hold to start packing another container. Peak, come help me. Peak glances back at her. Sleeper, look, we didn't choose this either. They lower their voice. Help us finish this. I think that's supposed to be Peak, but it didn't switch the icon, so I'm just going with Ash's voice. Okay, this is definitely Peak. We set up a base camp on the Broken Spoke. You're welcome to rest there and any of the cots while we work on this. They smile. We're in this together. Peak! Ash shouts, and they walk back into the hold to help with the container. As you leave the climbing briar, you look out at the broken edge of the Eye's Ring, where Havener's cordon blinks with tiny red lights. What are you getting yourself into? Briar's hold. Flotilla needs food, water, and components. Might not be able to get all of them, but Ash will take what you can get. All fight in the world are nothing without a plan to get them to the flotilla. That's Peak's part in this. I need one more scrap. End the cycle here. Algae stack. The algae stack is controlled by a small collective of farmers. You want to use it, you need to persuade them. Much Esh's frustration, let's either pay or talk her way into using the algae stack to farm food for refugees. Alright. Get these going then. Put some energy back with this. Let's stay at Haifa. End the cycle here. Reservoir S3. Reservoir is monitored by a web of sensors. Hacking will reduce the alert level of the system and keep you from getting locked out. This. Take the one. No. Back here is the one. Let's get my energy back. Yeah, okay. Another cycle ended. Oh. Oh, it's Moritz. Sleeper. Moritz is waiting for you on your way out. How you been? Pretty busy, you know? I see, he nods. Well, I'll get right to it then. Bliss sent me down, we scored another contract, she needs your help. That's the message. He pauses. Look, I know last time the payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that. Yeah, it's no problem. Okay then. He pauses again. She's doing her best, you know? I know. He nods. See you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss. Maybe this time you think to yourself it'll work out. Give me positive actions. Okay, I literally just need one. Just give me one. There it is. You talk to the farm about the refugees with need for supplies, and a few come around to the idea. There's no more algae in the stack for the cycle. You have to wait for more to grow. Algae growth. Hub. I have a timer on this. No timer on it, so that can wait actually. However, I can do this, and I'll get some scrap components, which is one of the things I do need. Sweet. Got some energy back. Cross to the greenway. One of the three things Plutonium needs are components for repairs. A lot of ships, which means a lot of scrap components. Let's get that sent in. Pack that up. You look over the pile of scrap components lying in the briar. You look around. The bay is empty. Esh and peek either elsewhere on the station or on the bridge at a couple of levels up. You begin sorting through the pile, separating out useful components and box them by use. You don't recognize everything you find. Before long you get into the rhythm of sorting. As you do, your mind starts to drift, your attention being drawn to the dark corners of the bay. The briar is in surprisingly good condition, considering that Hawthorne and XPR must have been operating it for decades by now. The marks of care are everywhere, from the delicate patch jobs polished to meld into the original finish, with the carefully bound wiring running through the custom trunking. Esh loves this ship. That much is clear. Something catches your eye in one of the dark corners. A matte black stack of crates you hadn't spotted before. They are sleek and compact, tucked away behind some of the bigger, more worn containers. Let's just keep working for now. You put the containers out of your mind and focus on the sorting process. This is Esh's ship, and she wouldn't appreciate you rooting around in it. You hear a hiss, and Esh comes up through the bay's lock. She barely registers your presence, nodding at you as she passes. Sleeper? She busies herself with some task at the back of the bay. So ask about the crates. Ash doesn't turn around from whatever she is busy with. Just more supplies, Sleeper. Like everything else here. You can't think of anything else to ask, but sense that the atmosphere has now somehow shifted. You quickly finish up the sorting and slip out, waving goodbye to her back as you do. Alright, I'm asleep, and I'm gonna take my stabilizer because I'm gonna need a lot of dice for everything. More actives. Okay, I do need to go up and talk to Bliss, I guess. Cross to the rim. Okay, yeah. It is the hub I gotta go to. Up we go. Sycamore Seed, Haifa Farm Freighter. Hey, Brick Squad, thank you for the raid. Hey, Brick. Hello, No Face Jones. How's everyone doing tonight? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Oh, Brick Squad, thank you for the follow. Vent to section and have a better chance of saving the remaining crops. You lose some in the process. The question is, how many? 5. Well, in the zero-G farm is tricky. The torch, the heat, the sealant, everything can damage the crop you're trying to save. Doing well. So I thought I was already falling. It's all good, man. We're here playing a little bit of Citizen Sleeper tonight. It's a text-based RPG. A bit of a choose-your-own-adventure type vibe. So I'm kind of just chilling here. Chilling, doing some reading, doing some voices that I find my type of fun. Very nice, thank you. What were you doing? What were you streaming before you popped in? What active scenes are left? What do you mean? Playing Warzone. Nice. I've never really played Warzone, so I don't really know. Is it it's one of the Call of Duty games, or is it a separate thing? Let's see. Pete, what are you doing over here? It's a Warzone Battle Royale. It went horribly. I mean, you know, as long as you're having fun. Sleeper, Peak catches your attention from the shadowy corner they were leaning against. Any trouble getting up here? This place is huge, man. It certainly is. Havenage have been busy. Come, take a look at this. They beckon you over to a nearby window, which looks across the ruined ring to the blinking red lights of the Havenage cordon. The cordon is temporary structures, a net of metal struts meant to detect and dissuade any ships from entering or leaving the flotilla, jut out into the black. And all around, the tugs flit, securing them in place and tending to the red blinking drones that demark the quarantine. It's an impressive and worrying sight. I recommend you never play ever, lol. I think I might avoid that game forever. I mean, battle royales aren't really my thing. I used to play a bit of Fortnite, but around the time when people were like building massive towers in 5 seconds, I was just like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm done with this game. I think I'm done. What do you think? Peak interrupts your thoughts. How would you get through? Probably use one of the tugs. As an escort, you mean? I doubt we could fit all the supplies on one of those tugs, but it seemed like the Briar was being officially escorted through the cordon. Peak squints at the red lights. But then we'd be stuck inside. Peak turns away from the window and rubs their forehead. Ash has really wrapped us up in something here, hasn't she? The question is spoken under their breath, and they don't seem to expect an answer. The silence grows. Why are you helping the flotilla? Peak looks up. You don't think it's a worthy cause? They pause. We ran into them when we escaped Hawthorne. Ash insisted we investigate their distress signal. I'm not saying we shouldn't have. Peak stares out the window at the distant blinking lights of the arrived ships. It's just... Yeah, I think about trying out Fortnite again. It's the very existence of no build that makes me kind of want to try Fortnite again. But... I think it's also the fact that I know they're never going to finish Save the World. And Save the World is like a game mode I genuinely want to play. Like, I like those survival builder type games. And I'm more into PvE than PvP. So, if Fortnite ever actually officially releases Save the World, I will play that so much. Peak brushes back their hair. Forget it. Let's focus on the plan. They flash you an easy smile. Doesn't matter why, we are the ones who are going to help them. The way I see it, there are 3 parts to making it through that quota. They gesture out the window at the strange structure. Deception, distraction, and speed. We'll need all of them for a clean passage through. Deception means tricking the cordon security into thinking that we are meant to be there. Maybe a tug escort would work. Anything that makes the Briar look official. Distraction, meanwhile, would be all about diverting attention so no one looks too hard at what the Briar is doing. If we can create a gap in the cordon's scanning and deterrence systems, that should keep them busy. Finally, speed will mean making sure the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps we can do a little work on the ship to get her ready. Ash surely wouldn't mind. What is Save the World? Fortnite? Is that a more of a horde type game? Welcome Raiders. Fireborn. Yeah, Brick. Fire is my mod. That's why they're here. Also a friend of mine. But yeah, Save the World is like the PvE version of Fortnite, and actually what was the original thing before they made the Battle Royale as an offshoot. But then the Battle Royale was the more popular version, so they pretty much abandoned Save the World, and it's only the Battle Royale version. I have power over you here. Oh, this bullshit continues. They lean back from the window. How does that sound? This definitely sounds risky. Well, they smile. Yes, there's always going to be risk. That's how this works. You've got to be on board with that. Peak looks down at their slate. 10 cycles left. They glance out the window at the cordon nervously. 10 cycles to gather the supplies and to prep this plan. It's tight. It's going to be very tight. Peak looks at you. If this goes wrong, Peak sighs. Just get out, okay? They squeeze your shoulder. I'll follow Ash anywhere, but you don't need to get dragged down with us. It won't come to that, Peak. And yes, hello, Brick. Peak brightens up a little. Of course, but just keep it in mind. Let's get to it. Peak stretches. I'll tell Ash about the improvements of the Briar and the rest. Let's explore the cordon as best we can and look for openings. Peak smiles. I have no idea what guardian angel sent you to us, Sleeper. Peak smiles. But I'm very glad they did. You call that power? Lamau, JK. Okay, the cordon. How the heck do I do this? Some comms fun with the crew. Okay, but I don't have Bigfist at the moment, so I'm just going to end the cycle here in the quarters. But I'm heading out. Gotta get to bed so I'm not worthless tomorrow. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Brick. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for stopping in. Hell yes, those are some really good dice. Let's do this one. For Intel. 50-50. Okay. And do this to finish it. Hell yeah. We tap into a broadcast detailing the order of operations for new crews assigned to the cordon. This is exactly what you need. Oh my god, what is all this? The crew canteen. Havenage suspicion. Deflect suspicion. Convince a crew. Havenage hangars. Peace out, home dagged dog. Let's help you sleep well, Brick. Slice thrusters. The tugs have a powerful suite of ion thrusters for rapid maneuvering. If you sneak in and slice some, you'll have a significant upgrade for the Briar. Alright, so this is so much stuff, man. Careful establishment of the coordinate system should create a sensor gap that will allow the Briar to bypass the automatic quarantine system. Okay. Let's focus on all of this stuff. Oh, that's how this works. Okay. Reservoir. The only way for Ash to get enough water together is to siphon direct from the station's reservoir's haven should not be plumes. Simple. We just don't get caught. Okay. Cycle. There's a lot of things on the go here, man. Those are not good dice. However, we can make use of them in our own little ways. That's the wrong place. Accelerate the growth. Let's try one. That didn't work. Does that Haven's alert transfer to everything is now my question. Okay, no, it doesn't. That's locked to that one. And the cycle. Oh, jeez. There's so much stuff I'm trying to do, man. Okay, those are good dice. Those are good dice. And 50-50. Let's be successful. Coin flip. There we go. That's done. You're leaning against the metal crates you just loaded up with algae, packed and dried into bright green pucks. Ash hops onto one beside you, flexing her aching back. Well, the refugees like algae. Ash squints at you as if you just interrupted her train of thought. Look you have become familiar with. Well, it doesn't matter either way. This is what we got. She sighs from the back of her neck. In these past cycles, working the algae stack with Ash, you had little insight into her mind. She rarely seems happy to start a conversation, but is always eager to end one. Despite this, you feel like something has grown between you. Something like silent trust. The kind that tends to seed itself in the fertile soil of hard but necessary work. There's something I need to ask. Ash raises her head cautiously. Go on. Go on. Why escape XPR? Ash pauses. Protective instinct fighting with the trust you've built. You can see her begin to shrug the question off. Then she stops, rethinks, sighs. What you need to understand, Sleeper, is that Erlen's Eye was the only place where the Solheim collapse happened. Sure, Hawthorne, where we grew up, was an XPR installation, but that didn't screen it from Solheim going under. Actually, Solheim were the only reason XPR were ever here. She pauses, hesitant to get into the whole story, but wanting to offer something. She flinches, correcting herself. They're service corps, you understand? They set up outposts and surrogate systems like this to offer refueling, logistics, and maintenance services to bigger companies with extraction contracts. She gestures to the eye around her. Like Solheim. When Solheim went bust, XPR lost their client. And Hawthorne, well, we lost everything. We became an outpost tasked with just holding on. Keep the refueling platforms running, they said. Keep the outpost stable. Hold on to our claim. She rubs at her head as if recalling all this was somehow physically painful. You know what it's like to spend your entire life in a place with no future? A place that exists only to hold a legal claim to a piece of territory, to shore up breach of contract negotiations between two corporations? It's like living in a... She searches for the word, her eyes jumping back and forth. In a grave. She clenches her hands. So if you're looking for the answer to why question, that's your answer. We, Peek and I, know what it's like to be forgotten, to be locked out. She stares hard at the side of the stack, the algae whirling against the glass in beautiful patterns. She doesn't look away. The silence extends and you realize the conversation is over. Esh seems angry. Not at you, but with herself, for even voicing such ideas. After a while, you stand and start to load the crates onto the powered cargo trolley that Esh will run back to the Briar. As you do, you try to catch her eye. She avoids it, soothing herself instead with the comforting simplicity of physical work. We have a 6. I'm gonna need that. Okay. I need to go down this way because I need stabilizer and food. Give me stabilizer. Don't have much left. Some matsutake coconut. Here we go. I'm gonna do one more cycle, and then that's gonna be where I call it for the night, because I've been streaming for over 4 hours. But I'm having fun with the Flex episode, so I'm gonna end this cycle. More water. Take a minute and bring the sensors down. Six cycles in, man. Let's try this. Come on, come on, come on. Give me something to work with here. Okay. I need to go back and make more food now, though, because I'm starving. Oh man, I literally just said this is gonna be the last cycle, but I already have that just one more turn mentality from Civ. Okay. Find an outlet valve behind a web of sensors. Delic will begin filling a tank. Ash gives you a thumbs up. This is working. Yeah, but it's going a bit slow. We'll try one. We'll try one. We get one more. We got it. Fuck yeah. Tucked into a service corridor deep below the reservoir, Ash is double-checking the seals on the water tanks loaded onto a motorized trolley. Though you are far enough away from any thoroughfares not to worry about being overheard, you both still speak in hushed tones. How are you gonna get these to the Briar? Ash glances back at you. We'll trolley these up to a bay further along, and we'll bring in the Briar for a quick and quiet collection. Speaking of quiet, she gets you a look and then looks pointedly back down the corridor towards the reservoir before hitting the ignition on the trolley to start it moving. You take the other side of the trolley and walk it up the wide service corridor with its flickering lights and Solheim detritus. You doubt it gets used by Havenage, at least that's the hope. You glance across at Ash, her face a mask of determination as she guides the trolley along. Maybe some conversation will make this journey go a little easier. How'd you meet Peak? Ash pauses, a little surprised by your question. She glances back down the tunnel, but in this deserted passage she can hardly keep up the pretend of silence. Well, we grew up together, she answers quickly and turns back to the trolley. She can tell you're expecting her to add more. She seems to gather herself for an answer, not wanting to ignore you, but trying instead to get her answer straight in her head. Outpost, Hawthorne. It's not an easy place to grow up. The administrators keep a tight hold of everything. She rolls her eyes, even though they're trapped in the same decayed installation as everyone else. Peak, she pauses. Peak found it harder than most. She pauses again, judging her words. I stepped in to help him out. Silence descends again, but you can feel the wheels turning in Esh's mind as the creaking wheels of the trolley take you along the corridor. Hydrate, thank you. I've been forgetting, I've just been reading. Peak isn't the most practical of people. They used to be, well, they needed someone to teach them to look after themselves, stand up for themselves. That was me, she smiles. After that, I couldn't get rid of them. Ash stops talking, but you can see her eyes have lit up, and you imagine she's recalling some moment or other from her and Peak's past. You both reach a wide bulkhead doorway and have to stop a shimmy of the trolley over the edge. When you're done, Ash turns to you. I'm good from here. Head back. And with that, she is gone, moving off to the dark tunnel ahead. You watch her go and then turn around and walk the distance back to the staircase you entered from, the tunnel humming around you as you do. As you walk, you try to piece together Esh's past. All you have are glimpses of a person she once was. She seems to prefer it that way. Hey, you got an upgrade. So Briar's Hold is full. Now he's gonna work on Peak's plan. This one, that's the wrong place. Give me the energy I need, please. Alright. All across the corridor, and security are keeping a close eye on things. Gain their attention, you'll struggle to maintain access. Hangar. Slice thrusters. One more turn. One more cycle. Ah. Jeez. I blame all the time I played Civ for the fucking one more turn mentality. These are good dice though. These are good dice to end things on, I think. Start with this one. Careful sabotage of the coordinate system should create a sensor gap to allow the Briar to bypass the automatic quarantine systems. Okay. Pump all of these dice into it. Hangar and operations are the two I think most likely to help us. Man, I'm looking at that and I'm just like... I need like 13 dice. 13 successful dice to get all of it. I'm gonna sell a little bit of this, get some more cryo. Probably gonna need some. Cook up these. Okay. Rest of the Greenway. I'm gonna take my last stabilizer. So this way. I'll have 3 cycles of 5 dice. Hopefully this will help. If I had a second point, this instant karma ability could actually help a lot. Because with this, I could like spend my good dice and then re-roll to try and get more good dice. Alright. We're going to sleep, end the cycle, so that way when we start we'll be on a fresh cycle. This is it. This is the last time I press this button. Dawn, the Kibu is so cute. Oh, those are terrible dice! Oh, a drone. A rapid burst of movement catches your attention. A drone. Its fins adjusting as it hovers in place, floats in the corridor. Hello? The drone shifts a little but does not respond. The drone buzzes closer and a voice gurgles out of its speaker, distorted and strange. Sleeper, come to the cordon. You need to speak. Why? The drone clicks and whirs and the recording starts playing again. Sleeper, come to the cordon. You need to speak. Back to drone. You move close and the drone bobs away to a safe distance, as it does see the HA of Haven blaze on its side. Must be Feng's drone? Satisfied as its message, the drone rotates and accelerates away as rapidly as it arrived. You stare at it as it disappears from sight, hoping for some insight that escapes you. To the cordon, then. That is a mystery for next time, though. Been going for 4 hours, 4.25 hours. So now's probably a good time for me to start getting ready for bed because I have work in the morning. It's a wonderful little thing, ain't it? But yeah, thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Thank you for the raids. It's made for a very fun night as my first affiliate stream. We're gonna be doing, if anyone's interested, on Friday. You get to bed, you silly goose. Hey, you're still awake too. You can leave at any time. You don't. If anyone's interested, on Friday I'm going to be playing Cult of the Lamb and probably doing the final boss of that. And on Saturday I'll be doing a collab with another VTuber named Makoto, I believe they go by. Playing Overcooked on Saturday. Overcooked 2. So yeah. That's a little update for what's going to be going on in the future. If either that interests you, I'll be happy to see anyone who wants to hang out again. But for now, we need to find somebody to raid. I have to open up Twitch now and see who's Who do I know that is streaming at the moment? Uh-huh. Hey, Frenzy's online. We're gonna go raid Frenzy, because he's still playing Anno Mutationum. And that's a game that I like, so let's go with slash raid the man. Away we go. Once again, hope everyone's had a great night, and I'll see you all next time, hopefully. Take care, everybody. Oh.